Good evening, everyone. It is 5:30, and it's time to open up. Let me get to, okay, here we go. I call this meeting to order. Roll call, Ms. Rhonda.
Dr. Redis.
Here.
Ms. McLean.
Here.
Ms. Wonkum.
Here.
Mr. Taylor.
Here.
Mrs. Temple.
Here.
Mrs. Williams.
Here.
Ms. Person West.
Present.
Next on the agenda is the student invocation and flag salute, which will be done by Amboy. And can you tell us the names, Mr. Pennington?
You know, Mr. Pennington struggled with that. So Mr. Pennington will stand in the gap for my kids, but they'll be prepared to perform.
Gotcha.
Because I didn't prepare students for that, so I do apologize for that.
Not a
I will
problem.
stand in the gap for our kids.
We take that.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So what's first?
Whichever.
The Pledge of Allegiance. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Shall we pray? Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this evening. We thank you for graces and new mercies every day. We thank you for everyone in this room. We just ask a blessing upon the board, our superintendent, and all the leaders in the district, that you continue to guide us, that we may do what we need to do for our scholars. These are many blessings we ask in your daughter's son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you. Good job. Good job. Do you have any family representatives with you? We're down to the vision statement. Ms. Dorothy Williams, would you read it for us?
Vision statement. Our community, our schools, where your future begins.
Thank you. And the mission, Mr. Taylor?
The North Little Rock School District will prepare all students for their future by offering a well-rounded, rigorous, relevant, and innovative education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe, supportive, learning environment to be future ready.
Thank you. Our moral purpose, Ms. Wonkum?
As a community, our moral purpose is that all children will achieve, have a quality teacher, have a quality leader, in a supportive learning environment. We will not allow an achievement gap in the North Little Rock School District.
Thank you. The North Little Rock School District graduate profile, the organizational core values, and the 5-year strategic plan goals are posted for your review. Now we're down to the part that I'm always excited about, recognition of people, events, and programs. We'll start with student presentation.
Members of the board, Bluski, forgive me if I'm not doing the guys right, but Amboy, I have our long-term sub music teacher, Mr. Redraska, who's filling in the gap, and he's going to come forward and talk to you all about some things that he's been doing with students in the music classroom that involves a lot of concentration, but he's also just been going in depth with teaching them just the foundations of music. So he's going to share with you, and then we're going to call our scholars up to perform, and I may join them. You know, we watch, but we don't judge.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Mr. Wodraska. As he said, I'm filling in for Ms. Pugh while she is on maternity leave, and it has been absolutely wonderful to get to work with these students in the music classroom. The unit I've crafted for them these last, 10, 11 weeks now, has been on dynamics and all the fun little silly words and markings on the music page. Because I think that makes music more fun when we start to play it, if they know how to play loud and soft. What was our word for loud? Starts with an F. It's squiggly. Forte. Yes.
Awesome.
We covered forte and piano. We've covered tempo markings, presto, very fast, largo, very slow, andante, walking speed. We've learned about keeping a steady beat. We've learned different rhythms and rhythm patterns. So what I thought we could present for you is playing a song on boom whackers So if I could get my Amboy students to come up and introduce yourselves. Come on up, come on up, come on up. And could I introduce you two in joining us? And Tyrone, do you want to come down and play? Come on down. Could you just tell us your name and what grade you're in? Could we start at that end, please?
I'm in here.
You can grab the mic and they can just pass it down.
Tyra, fourth grade. Hello, my name is Angel and I'm in the fifth grade. My name is David and I'm in first grade. My name is Beth and I'm in fifth grade. Hi, my name is Amaya and I am in fourth grade.
Awesome.
Let me pass out a few of these. Tyrone, you go take that one. This one. We've also worked a little bit on our solfege. That's why I like the boom whackers. It has the note name and the solfege name. But I don't want to get us all mixed up trying to rearrange this. So let's see if we can play this.
Remember, we
Shall
watch and we don't judge.
You can judge. All right.
job.
And thank all of you for joining in.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Great,
Awesome.
that was great.
Next, we're down to special recognition and superintendent's honor roll.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Good evening, everyone. The Environmental Excellence Competition is designed to create a spirit of friendly competition between staff at each school to determine which location is the cleanest. The judging took place on Wednesday of spring break. The schools placing second for the cleanest school buildings in the district have already received plaques for their building. They are second place cleanest secondary high school, second place cleanest elementary, 7th Street Elementary. First place winners this year are, we have a tie for the first place in the secondary division. They both scored 103 points out of 112 possible. First place award for the cleanest secondary school goes to the 6th grade campus in North Little Rock Academy.
He got his first place shirt on. Look, come where I work.
I love it. I love it.
Taylor, come where I work.
Love it.
In the elementary division, the first place award for the cleanest elementary school goes to Crestwood Elementary.
Don't be modest. Next, we have the Student Advisory Council of the Superintendent. Dr. Paluski meets with a number of stakeholder groups as the leader of the district. However, his favorite meeting occurs on the second Friday of each month. That's the time he meets with the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council. This council consists of a diverse group of students on the secondary level who provide Dr. P with honest feedback to make the district the best place for every student. Many of the students have been in the district since kindergarten, so their perspective is extremely invaluable. We ask that this year's council members please come forward when your name is called. 6th grader, Gursaj Singh. Seventh grader, Lucy Tellez. Freshman, Bianca Rodriguez. Okay. Sophomore, Zaria Akin Nolan. Okay. Sophomore, Cedric McNair.
Okay. Okay.
Junior Terrell Polk, and Senior Jackson Copley.
One, two, three. Awesome, thank y'all.
We'll just try and get this later. Okay, thank you. Okay. Next, we would like to acknowledge Kira Dawn. For the second year in a row, the North Little Rock School District is home to a perfect ACT scorer. Kira Dawn, a junior at North Little Rock High School, aced the ACT on the 4th try. The previous 3 times, she scored a 30, 33, and 35, respectively. Kira is North Little Rock School District homegrown. She attended elementary school at Crestwood. Kira hopes the score allows her to go to college for free and earn some incredible opportunities at no cost, like her older brother Marshall has been able to experience. Marshall is a 2021 alumnus of North Little Rock High School and was a National Merit finalist. Kira said the following: I have so many teachers that I can look back on that have been so helpful to me. I was a shy kid for much of my elementary years. Some of my favorite memories are from the Gifted and Talented program. I've heard people tell me being in a public school, you may not get the access to things that other things might get, but I don't think so. I've had a great time in the North Little Rock School District, she said. Dawn is unsure of her college plans at the time, but will likely lean towards studying science, art, or both. Kira Dawn, please come forward.
One, two, three. Thank you so much.
Good evening to our board, superintendent, North Little Rock staff, and community. This parent has been involved in the school district for at least 17 years. She currently has a graduating senior from North Little Rock High School and one that currently attends Glenview Elementary. She's been involved as a parent at Glenview Elementary for 17 years and still going. She attends field trips, steps out to be a volunteer for numerous amounts of activities, and currently serves as the PTA president for this year. She gives back constantly throughout the year, making sure the teachers are supplied with their needs and rewarding them with special things to let them know that they are appreciated. This parent goes out of her way to make the team's basketball jerseys that her son plays on. She made the entire class shirt so that they all would look alike. If there is any student that needs anything, she's always willing to step up and meet the challenge. We thank her and we appreciate her. Help me salute our April Parent North Star, Tamanica Williams from Glenview Elementary.
You look surprised. Tell us how they got you here.
Well, good evening. Miss Renee called me last night, Miss Renee, back there, and she said, hey, would you be willing to come to the board meeting tomorrow to represent Glenview? I'm like, sure, why not? She didn't tell me all of this. I'm going to get you Miss Renee.
Anybody else, Mr. Kelly, from your school?
Miss Renee.
For our April Grand Rising, this individual comes to us by way of Chicago, Illinois, with dreams of becoming a baseball player. Attended the University of Pine Bluff at Arkansas on a baseball scholarship. Later, the marching musical machine became an interest with drumming. From there, a list of accomplishments were to follow, from being a director at UAPB, a music teacher at Jack Roby Junior High School, a music teacher at Jacksonville Middle School, retiring and then returning to teach at Glenview Elementary. Glenview was blessed with the opportunity to have him. He saw a vision to help students to not only see their potential, but to also find a way to get students involved in activities. Drumline, choir, and percussion were activities that students had an opportunity to participate in. As students became more involved, it decreased discipline issues, as well as helped students in their classes to become more engaged. After teaching about 3 years, he decided to retire again and began to start a new vision. Our recipient runs Learning and Arts Center, where students can continue to learn how to play drums, sing in the choir, learn dance, art, and reading skills. Recently, he just started the Mac Sox A baseball team. Mr. Mack is called, as he's called by all, currently volunteers in North Little Rock School District by visiting all of our schools in the district to encourage students that want to participate in the variety of arts having an opportunity to participate. Currently, students that attend Glenview, as well as some middle school students, participate in the drum line and sing in the choir. He also continues to sub and support our schools in all ways possible. Help me salute our April Grand Rising, Daryl Mr. Macfield. I don't think he's able to join us, but the principal is here to, oh, he's on live. Look at technology.
Okay.
And I had no idea I was dressed like Glenview colors.
We get your picture.
Can I hold my phone?
Yes, of course.
That screen.
2, 3. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Executive closed session per North Florida School District Policy 1.14A, stating that private or closed discussions by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in the executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and presents the item for vote of the membership. Finally, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 106, 2C1 states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in the executive closed session for discussing the following matters: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee. We're back in session. The next item on the agenda, are there any public comments? Any public comments? There being none, we're down to board member involvement. We will, can we start this way? Can we start with Ms. West, or do I need to come back to you?
Not all day.
She spoke.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I know we did 7th Street for lunch, the superintendent luncheon. It was really, really great campus, very clean, and the food was good. I think we had chicken spaghetti, had a choice of chicken spaghetti, mini corn dogs, and waffle fries and carrots. That was really good. And
The hot dogs.
that's what I said, mini corn dogs. I got this still at the Williams. Then I can speak on the food. And then we got a chance to go into a couple of classrooms, 3rd grade, I do believe, and we had our Saber sisters, which were our ambassadors, and they were very well spoken, very articulate, and very personable, and knew what they were talking about around their campus. Very assertive young ladies, and I love it. And learning is definitely going on over there in that building. I was happy to see that, and the kids were very engaged, and it was what I like to see was good class management over there. That stood out to me. It was some real good class management going on.
Ms. Temple?
All right. Well, you covered 7th Street very well, and we also went to the North Little Rock Academy, and there was so much. I can't remember everything we saw. We were there a long time. What was the new program? What do they call the new program where they come back?
Fusion.
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 Yeah, that was very good. But what I really enjoyed was the autism baseball game. That was just wonderful. Yeah, that was, the day was beautiful. I could not believe that all those kids got out there and they played baseball and they did great. You know, there was just not a single problem. They had their little bouncy house for when they were through playing their game, and they got their snow cones, and they got to go play in the fun land, and it was wonderful. You should be very proud.
Okay. Whatever they've done, I've done it too. But I did enjoy 7th Street yesterday, and the reason I'm going to tell you why I love 7th Street. The change is coming. UAPB has partnered with them. They're going to have Progress Catfish Farm at the elementary school. That H4H Club have going to have a processing machine, how they can hatch eggs, have little chickens that can hatch. It is just phenomenal, and it can't wait. And whoever the doctor is, what's the doctor name, Dr. P?
Wilson?
Dr. Wilson, that's correct.
Dr. Wilson. And that, as soon as we get them a classroom, but it's all outdoors. It is just unbelievable. And I want to say thank you to whoever's partnering with 7th Street Elementary, the companies, the foundations, because you have certainly filled our hearts with Thanksgiving. That's what I have to say.
I attended the North Little Rock School District Retired Employees Meeting on April 8th, and we had a wonderful program from our middle school. Donna Batt's class came, and they did 3 songs, playing their bells. They were awesome. We had a presentation from KJ Kite's students, the farm students, and they had a cat and a rabbit and a few chickens, and a couple of those chickens have won awards at the state fair. One of them was really furry. It looked more like a long-haired dog to me than it did a chicken, but it didn't look feathered. It looked furry. And we also had an update on the campaign for the millage. That afternoon, I dropped in at Crestwood for the kindergarten meet and greet and was able to share a few words with parents that were there, and the children were all adorable and excited, talking about coming to kindergarten. And then we did go to the academy for lunch, and we toured there. We got to see the clothes and food pantry that is now located there. It is so nice. It is so organized. Angela, you wouldn't believe how many backpacks are stacked up over there. You've got to go over there and see that.
We love the backpacks.
Yes, you do. And, of course, there are all kinds of school supplies and food, canned goods, and things. So it's going to be a great resource for our wraparound specialists that we're going to have in our schools with the reorganization. Mr. Williams was telling us about the Fusion program, and I think, somebody help me, I think he said we have about 30 students. 20 students that have enrolled in that so far. And they've dropped out, and they want to come back and finish school, and it's great because they come a couple of days a week actually there, and then they do it online outside of that. And then on the 11th, my husband and I went to the high school to see The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and it was wonderful, too. I read the book by C.S. Lewis, and I was just wondering how they were going to pull that off, but the set was awesome, and they had kids, elementary, middle school, and high school kids involved in it. So it was exactly what you expect from our speech and drama department. They always put on a fantastic show. The audience loved it. And then we were at the North Little Rock 6 Academy for Agriculture and Veterinary Sciences yesterday, and I think that school is blossoming like a flower. It was just a wonderful experience to be there. The art that was on display, the eggs that Miss Dot already mentioned about, they were in the incubator, and then they had all these pictures up there of the actual chicken, the little chick that's developing in there, all the different stages. I mean, I think we all could have stayed there longer, and then being outside in the garden where the hydroponics are going to be and all of that. Okay, a great meal in the cafeteria. I'll stop there.
Ms. Wonka.
Soccer, baseball, softball, attending the schools, the academy in 7th Street, high school play. The high school band received ones from the Maumelle assessment, which means the high school band earned sweepstakes, which is very nice. We haven't done that in a minute. Just kind of a point of contact for you guys. The prom closet at the Layman Library is open and available if that is something for you. And then we also have the PTA and the high school PTSA that's looking for new members for the next following year. So always, please, parents, we want your involvement. We want you to participate and help. So that is it.
Mr. Taylor?
I'm sorry, I don't have anything to report. But I am going to work on it.
And real quick, Dr. Redis, just so y'all know, the Layman Library prom closet was started by us board members at the North Little Rock School District. Hello and goodbye.
Well, let me look at my
We
list
had some
here.
dresses over at the academy, too, in that space. They have clothes there.
Ms. Riggins was very nice to load everything that she had to take it over there, and she brought it over there. It had people to bring it over in U-Hauls. So if you have something that you feel like you need to drop off that you're no longer using, and your accessories and your shoes and suits, and if they've gotten too little or too big, just drop them off at the Layman Library. Students will definitely partake in those and able to shop for attire. I just didn't have time to really deal with it this year, but it was very fun to get started last year. And I was begging for prom dresses everywhere, but go on.
Well, all righty. Let's see. On the 8th, I went to Boone Park and watched a presentation about their stream program from Ms. Meredith Kelton, who's the literacy coach there, did a wonderful job. Then I stayed and watched the 2nd and 3rd grade musical called Friends Forever. And they did a wonderful job at Boone Park. Go Boone Park. And then I went to the North Little Rock Academy luncheon. Everybody has said, and it was wonderful seeing the resources that schools will have next year, where the wraparound services will be able to go to get items for the school. Then we went to 7th Street for their luncheon. Oh, the atmosphere walking into 7th Street is just phenomenal. That's all I can say. It's phenomenal. We had the Saber sisters. We had Stephanie, Reagan, Josiah, Zakoya, and Mariah, and they were awesome. And then other than that, we have tomorrow, Night of Honors, and we got 30 more days left of school.
Praise God.
Mr. Superintendent.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, I'll go quick. Obviously, from our last board meeting to this board meeting, we had spring break. That seemed like eons ago. April 1st, I had the opportunity to teach one of the courses for our aspiring leaders. We have a great cohort. I think there's 7. This is our second cohort. Myself and my colleagues, the other superintendents, each year we get invited to the Greater Little Rock Leadership Academy over in Little Rock. There's about 50 to 60 individuals that are made up of businesses, and it's usually a good round table discussion about education topics. I also had the opportunity to meet with the Communications Council of North Little Rock. All of the agencies in North Little Rock meet together once a month and their communications team, so I had an opportunity to talk about the millage with them. Superintendent's teacher advisory on the 8th. The superintendents also want to give a shout out to former Senator Chesterfield. She's putting together groups of our local superintendents and our institutions of higher ed around the requirements with the LEARNS Act as it relates to graduation with distinction or merit, and how we can partner and to create those opportunities within our local schools. So I appreciate that. Was at the academy with our board members. Also, I did attend the autism awareness, the softball game that Dr. Stoll and all of her folks and teachers have done a great job. That's always a great event to see our students. I want to pause for a minute and talk about and brag around our student advisory that you saw before you tonight. We had probably one of our best discussions, and our middle school students said, Dr. P, we got a bone to pick with you because we didn't have Wi-Fi for 3 days. And I was like, where is this going to go? Well, they had written letters that want us to take a look at the amount of screen time that they're on any given day. And they said, actually, not being on Wi-Fi for 3 days, we got to get rest. I was very impressed with the letters that they have written, really talking about blended learning, that it's not all online, but it's not all paper pencil. So I applaud them for their well-articulated letters that they had written to me. The North Little Rock Job Fair, just this week, the Chamber and our community members were at the arena, and all of our 11th graders and 12th graders got an opportunity to go through their job fair with this summer. Also down at 7th Street, and I concur everything that was said. This morning, early meeting at 7:30 with the Academy of Central Arkansas. I'm on the board of the directors meeting. That was this morning. So again, all of our high schools in Central Arkansas working towards their career pathway. So honored to be a part of that this morning. And Night of Honors, here it is tomorrow night.
Awesome. All righty. The next thing on our agenda is the legislative update.
Welcome, Colonel.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. The general session has gone into recess. What that means in practicality is it's over. They're done passing laws, or trying to anyway. They're in recess until May the 7th, and then they will come back and do the official adjournment. So the session is effectively over. Out of that, we've looked at all the bills, and this, as of yesterday when the session closed, there was 47 bills that were passed into laws affecting education. Out of those, we've narrowed it down to 41 that will affect North Little Rock School District, and they range the gamut. One of those being the access law, which is a separate animal in itself. That one's 128 pages long, and it's supposed to essentially be LEARNS 2.0 for higher education. However, half of it is elementary and secondary education, so it really affects us. So to go through and do a final brief on all that will be extensive, and we'll probably have to do it in 2 separate presentations, one covering the 40 laws that are separate. Some of them are a page and a half, other could be 10 pages. But the access law, that one is the big one. That will have to take a separate presentation. And to answer all those questions, this will take a while. That one is written in a lot of legalese, so we probably need to get our attorney to take a look at that one and see what it really, really means. Most of it, I've written legislation in the past, so while I do understand it, some of it is difficult. The impact it will have on us, there again, it ranges. Some of those bills will take effect the 1st of July. If they deal with funding or anything like that with the new fiscal year, that will come into play. The way the law works for this is if it's not funding related, that law will kick in 90 days at the adjournment of the session. So do some quick math from May to 7th, add 90 days, it comes to August the 5th at the very beginning of the year. The quirkiness of it, some of those laws say that, and Bell to Bell is a good example, says that school districts have to have rules ready to go for the no cell phone law by the start of this coming fall semester. It also says in there ADE has to promulgate rules. Well, we don't have the luxury to wait on rules, so we'll wind up developing some kind of policy that will cover that. ADE will then, after the fact, come in, and probably by December-ish is a normal time cycle, we'll have a rule, and then we'll have to go back and adjust a policy if we don't essentially guess right. So some of those things we don't have a choice. We're just going to have to grope through. Other ones are pretty specific. But there again, if we were to take a whole, this would eat up an entire board meeting to go through all that and answer questions and then some. So I can entertain any questions on that during however we present that to you or whenever we present it to you.
So I think just
Go ahead.
Yeah, just what we talked about is because it's so extensive, we'll start with a workshop and we'll work through as much as we can, and then we'll work to the next one just so you're informed as we move forward.
The last piece is the millage. The millage is tracking along fine. What we have been doing from the school district, myself and Mr. Barnes have been coordinating with the committee. The outside committee's doing all the heavy lifting, so we have that separation. What we've done is provided information so they can build flyers, door-to-door hangers, and information. Now, we've done some mail-outs at the school district level that basically explains what the millage is, and it explains what the money would go to. It doesn't talk about voting or anything like that. The committee's handling that. The interesting thing when we were really looking at the numbers, though, that on a special election, turn out small. So if we said, hey, we'll try to get out all of our employees to, get the vote out and go vote themselves. Out of 1,300 employees, about 515 of them live in the district. So less than half actually have some real skin in the game because they can vote. Out of our probably most influential ones out there, teachers, there's only 130 out of that 516. Makes sense. Most of our classified folks, live in the town. They live closer. So we couldn't even use that as a strategy. So it's truly on the committee's part to get the vote out, even though we've been helping and coordinating with them. We are limited what we can do as a school district. And so they're right now, they're currently doing the heavy lifting, and they're on the timeline that they established and that we have supported. So
while you're on that point, I did, and we inquired today as far as board members and what we can do as far as supporting.
Mm-hmm.
I was told and confirmed that we can share a post that's made, but we can't comment on it, but we can share it.
You mean if it's pro?
If it's
or if it's something put out by the committee that's
right.
Pro?
Because we can't.
You still have your First Amendment right.
Right, but we can't. If you're sharing it, you can't comment and say, I want you to vote for it, I don't want you to vote for it, or whatever. We can't, we have to stay neutral. But you can share the information. And then as far as yard signs, because they do have yard signs, because we are citizens and we're taxpayers, we can have a yard sign in our yard.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, quick shout out to the football team. They got together on a Saturday and the campaign committee has a very targeted mailing list. They know people who are likely to go out and vote, and they went door to door and talked to those folks. We've done mailers to those people. So even students volunteering has helped, and that will continue until the actual election itself, which we know the physical infrastructure, what's going on in the middle school. Great example today, had another sewage leak that we're having to fix. So yeah, I truly hope it passes and we can stop doing Band-Aids and do the definitive fix to put our 6th, 7th, 8th graders in a facility that they need and they deserve. So, but pending questions.
No questions.
Thank
I
you.
have my yard sign.
Awesome.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
We're down to CPPC monthly report and LPPC monthly report. We'll first have classified personnel committee report.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So our minutes from our March 11, 2025 monthly CPPC meeting, very short. All committee members were in attendance, and we did approve our previous monthly meeting. And the second item that we discussed was the then proposed reorganization plan, in which Dr. Perluski was in attendance and presented. Then there was a committee discussion of the reorganization plan. Due to the length of that meeting, I am not going to go into in-depth on all that was discussed, but there is a recording of the 2-hour meeting for anyone that would like to, listen. The last item that we discussed was the standard rates of pay, the update to it, but because of the time crunch, the committee agreed to push this item to a future meeting, which I think that is going to be presented tonight, and our meeting adjourned at 6:33.
Mr. Taylor, any questions? Ms. Wonka? Ms. Williams?
What was your questions about the standard rates of pay?
We didn't discuss it because our meeting went so long, so we decided to hold off until the April meeting.
Okay.
And so it was discussed during the April meeting. I was not in attendance, so I can't give you any update on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Temple?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. West?
Not a one.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Ms. Jackson.
Licensed Personnel Committee.
Good evening, everyone.
Stumping house.
We've almost made it, y'all. All right. Our last official meeting that we have minutes from was our March 17th meeting. That's where we voted on the reorganizational plan and made a motion to accept that. And we were, excited that we were listened to, and a lot of good things came out of that we had been able to give some input on. So that passed with all members voting for, except for one opposed. And that was really because we sent out a survey to our staff, and each building that was represented sent out a survey, and only one of the buildings had just a few people respond, and the ones that were responded, more of them opposed than not. But we only had like 5 people respond total in that school. We are still looking for members from every school, and that's something that we do struggle with, is trying to make sure that every school is represented. So we still want those folks to have a voice and reach out to them. So we just always want to say, if your school is not represented, please stand up. It's never too late to join us. The other thing that we really started talking about was salary schedule, and trying to just make sure that we had it back in place. And so That conversation has started with having a grid schedule. I know that a salary schedule was presented to us from Mr. Smith this last meeting we just had in April. We're still a little confused, and I saw Mr. Brown walk in the door, and maybe he can help explain a little bit just about, we don't understand if the salary schedule is still frozen and what it would take to unfreeze the salary schedule. And Mr. Smith was trying to explain that it is not frozen, but the step 1 and step 2 are still the exact same. And so we don't really know where we fall, like if my years are actually on the right step. So maybe Mr. Brown, I don't know, I hate to put you on the spot, but if you want to come up and explain that to us as to whether we are actually frozen or not frozen, that's a question that we really still have about what we know. We're not going to get a raise next year, so we at least need to know what step the salary schedule that we're on. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yes, it does. This is high. The salary schedule, we did a 1-year freeze on the salary schedule, and that was the way you implement a freeze in the computer system is, we originally had a salary schedule had 23 steps on it. And so when you freeze, employees don't freeze, you still step. So you're stepping every year on the salary schedule. What we do to implement a freeze is insert a redundant line for step 1, and it pushes, so instead of a 23 step, now you have 24 steps. And it bumps the whole schedule down. So everyone is stepping to the step that they were on the previous year. So that's how you implement a freeze. It was a 1-year implemented freeze. And then after that, you still have the 24 steps, but everyone still steps, and we don't implement another redundant line that pushes it down, so people begin to step on that. Now, there are a lot of steps in there that have the minimum 50,000. Now, that is not a freeze. That's just what the district could afford to implement the LEARNS Act salary schedule minimum. So we did have a 1-year freeze, which means 1 step was implemented 1 year, and we became a 24-step instead of a 23-step. But every year, employees step. So your salary schedule data continues to grow every year. And so once that first year step was implemented, there's no other step that grows that schedule with you. So, if you're beyond, if your next step has a step increase, then you get that step increase.
So if I had, for instance, if I was finishing my 15th year and next year is the beginning of my 16th year, where would I fall on the steps?
Well, so year 15
I've
is
completed-
actually 16 is the 16th step. There's 2 columns on the
So
side.
it's still back right where it needs to be?
Yes,
Okay.
it is where it needs to be. We just now have a 24-step salary schedule instead of 23, and the first 2 match exactly the same. So that's the way you implement a freeze in the computer software.
And so essentially you don't have to undo that freeze?
No.
You just leave it there forever?
We leave it there forever. We're now 24. We will always have, until the board adopts a new schedule.
Okay.
The first 2 lines are just exactly the same. So if we had a 2-year freeze, you'd have 3 lines that were exactly the same. If you had a 4-year freeze, you'd have 3.
So essentially we're not frozen
We're
anymore.
not frozen.
Okay.
No.
That makes sense.
Mr. Brown.
You done thawed it out.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
Jacob is there because in this paragraph that she has presented, it said Jacob will talk with Mr. Brown about whether or not the salary schedule would be unfrozen or frozen.
Yes.
So that's why you sit here, Mr. Smith.
He did.
I'm coming to.
About the steps.
Yeah.
That she's trying to get the clarity.
Yes, ma'am, exactly. And so part of the reason why we're using that paragraph mode, the paragraph model of our salary schedule as Mr. Brown defined, is because of the nuances in the salary schedule that's posted now. It's more clear under that, but then whenever you start diving into the grid-like format, as Ms. Stumpenhouse said, there's some questions that arise. And so I did my best at the meeting to try to answer those things. We did freeze, as Mr. Brown communicated, for that one step to be repeated, but everybody has continued to step each year. And the purpose of that is our data never becomes off. So if the board and anybody comes to recommend a new salary schedule that does not have a repeated step 1 and 2, then everybody would fall to their proper step on the newly approved salary schedule. So a 16 is still somebody that is on starting their year 17, correct, because 0 is step 1.
Right,
Yes.
right.
So we never freeze employee data.
Correct.
So everyone continues to step so that if the salary schedule changes and we have a new step system, everybody gets put, everybody's data is accurate and you get placed exactly where you should be.
Your years are your years are your years.
Yep. Well, thank you. That makes sense. Because I think we just couldn't quite get it in our minds about whether we were frozen or unfrozen, but it sounds like it just allowed that space for that 1 year of freezing, and then it moved on.
And what I tried to explain in the meeting as well was that year everybody received $2,000. That was on the license side of the house. So whereas if there would have been no LEARNS money and nothing that came forward, everybody would have received a $1,000 step, which was the rationale behind us freezing, because everyone received $2,000 that year at the minimum.
Madam
Right.
Chair,
And that makes sense.
since you asked Mr. Jacob and he was going to talk with Mr. Brown about the frozen and unfrozen, do you have a clarity now of
Yes,
what you
ma'am.
can present? Would you paraphrase it for me, please?
It sounds to me that we froze it by looking at that first year, and so we have the first 2 lines of the salary schedule that are going to be exactly the same. But that didn't stop us from moving down the steps as we needed to be. So it's not as though, I'm at year 16, but I'm only being paid at step 14. So I'm still being paid at step 16, or whatever my appropriate step is. They just added that line in at the top.
Yes.
I don't know if I said it right, but I feel like that's what I understood.
You have to realize they are listening.
Yes.
And so if there's some
Yes.
clarity.
Right.
Because I was reading your notes and what you had asked for.
Mhm.
And I was merely trying to see if Mr. Brown had answered it.
Mhm. I think so. I think I understand it clearly now. Because that question does come from people a lot. Like we don't know if we're not frozen anymore. So I think I understand now. So that helps us a lot. We also started the discussion of trying to find retention bonuses in this last meeting that we had. And we were hoping that all these folks that we were originally given $2,000 for, because the state determined how much money we got based on who was employed the year of LEARNS that they gave us the money. And so they took the number of employees that we had, the number of people that got $2,000 because they were already $48,000 or above, and then the number of people it took to get to $50,000. And we were really hoping that some of these folks had retired and there was this empty money sitting there in a pot somewhere that we could do for retention bonuses, but we got nixed on that too, because every time somebody retires, we have to hire somebody new and get them up to $50,000. So we keep looking for money and we just can't find it anywhere.
We appreciate that you're looking for money.
Yes, yeah. So that's kind of where we are right now. And also, I just kind of wanted to mention too that something that we had put down as an action item was that we were hoping to see a rationale come to the board before the end of the year that would bring about the 5-year plan for the stipends, that we would like to see at least the plan in place we had talked about that's going to happen over a 5-year period. We'd really like to see that happen before the end of the school year. And that's where we are. Any questions?
We're going to ask Temple, you're next. Ms. West?
Ms. West?
I have none.
Thank
I
you.
have none.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Stumpenhouse. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are down to informational items. The first one is 16.1 Arkansas Storm MOA.
Welcome, Coach and Coach, when you get a chance just to state your name and your position and our guests that are with you this evening.
Sure. Thank you. All right, good evening. My name is Wes Ballon. I'm the Director of Student Athlete Development and Academic Engagement. Here I have with me Mr. Coy Flynn. He is the owner of the Arkansas Storm. And next to him is Ron Calcagney, and he will be the head coach for the Arkansas Storm. So a few months ago, we were approached about an opportunity to partner with the Arkansas Storm. And we're going to go through a little bit here, give you a background of what they are, kind of what they've proposed to us. They're here to answer any questions you might have. Mr. Brown, there's an MOA that he has prepared. And so we just want to give you this information, let you chew on it, ask questions, and then maybe we can make a decision if we want to move forward down the road. So I'll go ahead. So the league, this is the International Football Alliance. You can think of this as like the Travelers. This is for football. So it's professional football at like the AA level. And so they have them teams, and I'll show you here in a minute, even teams out of the United States. They're wanting one in this region. For some reason, they picked us, and we're thankful that they came and talked to us here at North Little Rock. So they like the location with, Interstate 40, 30, all the things, the airport. And so we just jumped right on and started talking. So the team is called the Arkansas Storm, and I don't want to read that to you, but that's their mission. And you'll see in the league, the Arkansas Storm is one of the expansion teams for 2026. So the league actually will start this year. This is for next year. Okay. Here are the locations. So for in 2025, you have Dallas, Chihuahua, Mexico, Tampa Bay, San Antonio, and then there's 2 additional teams in Texas. They just had their draft, and they're getting ready to start those leagues. They'll start off in May. Next year, this is where we come in. Their proposal would be for us to have a team, the Arkansas Storm, along with a team from Ohio Valley, to make that would it be a 10, 18 league? 8-team league. And so they started this preparation well in advance. So we broke down kind of, these are all high-end numbers, but what we thought it would cost us to have a professional football game in our stadium. And so you'll see there, we went high. I mean, we have 10 police officers. We have 20 security guards, an announcer, a clock operator, 4 ticket takers, 2 custodians, 3 game administrators. Paying all of them those rates, it comes out to about $5,750 per game. The Arkansas Storm is going to pay us $11,000 per game. So you'll see the $11,000 they pay us per game minus our expenses on a high end comes out to a profit of $5,250 per game. Also, the league hires the officials and they pay them, so we don't have to worry about that piece of it. And the bonus is the concession stand, the band boosters get to participate, and they split 50-50 with the league or with the team. And that just helps them offset some of their costs, but the band will enjoy 50% of the sales. And they'll go ahead, yes, ma'am.
On the concession, although the school will be getting 50%, who proceed with the order of the food?
Band boosters will take care of that.
I mean, you are dividing the cost.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I'm saying.
That is in discussions. Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Gentlemen, I'm also a band booster,
so the
that's
way
why she's stated that. So
I can.
You guys met with my husband,
yes,
Jeff.
Ma'am. I leave the
In full
professionalism
disclosure.
to the professionals.
Okay, just getting the clarity on the board. Mr. Brown has
So
his hand up.
the MOA, the language in the MOA, we define that we'll split the profits of the concession stand 50-50, and we define the profits as the total sales minus the cost of the food, of the items that are being purchased by. So the band boosters would determine that net profit that would be split 50-50. So they'll place the order for all the products for the concession stand. They'll sell them. They'll do, they'll determine their sales, subtract the cost, and then the profit will be split 50-50 with Arkansas Storm and the band boosters.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So we anticipate a little over a $5,000 profit each game. That will help us with some of the, not wear and tear, our goal is to take this and put this right back into the stadium and to help offset some of the general maintenance cost of the track and the field and all the things. So just some statistics. So these games will be televised. They play in the summer, so from May to August. So it's when there's not a whole lot going on. So you'll be able to watch these games on TV. They're going to reach 150 million households. 900 households here in Arkansas alone will be able to watch these games live at our stadium. Again, the head coach, Ron Calcagney, if you know anything about football, you know he is a Central Arkansas legend. The season, again, runs from May to August. The first year, they'll have 4 home games, 4 away games. So we would have 4 games that year. The playoff, yeah, the top 4 teams will host a playoff game. So there's a possibility for a playoff game. And the next draft is going to be actually March of next year. But they're already starting to build their team now in the free agency market. So when you see it on TV like the NFL draft, it's the same thing. It's just on a little different level. You may have questions for them like who are your players or what do they do. Feel free to ask them. They can explain it better than I can, but it's very intriguing. All right, I'm going to stop there. I don't know if you have a question for Mr. Brown or any of the guys up here with me. Yes, ma'am.
Is this like a G League?
Yes, ma'am. It's exactly like a G League.
Okay, that is awesome.
And do you mind if I introduce myself?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
So, yeah, I just want to introduce myself as Coy Flynn. I'm a local guy from Carlisle, born and raised. My family grew up here in North Little Rock. Both my boys went here. I started coaching the old Twisters behind the swimming pool over there. That's where I got my start coaching youth football, moved to Maumelle, ran that league, started my business, ran that for 20 years and sold it, and now here I am and excited to have Coach Calcagney with us along with some other Razorback and UCA legends. And so to expand on what Wes was talking about, our goal, our motto is faith, family, football, community. So my wife's business is right up here on JFK. It's been there 30 years, Manpower of Arkansas. Heavily involved in the chamber, the mayor's office. This is why we wanted this to be our home. We love the stadium. We love where it's at. We know the people. We love the people. We want to give back to the community. We want our players, when they get here, to go read to the classrooms, to do all those kind of things that faith, family, football, and community stand for. And so that's our goal. That's our mission. We got the head honcho here himself to run the football side of things, and he's already on the trail. One other component, you mentioned the G League. We want to get linebackers from Ouachita Baptist, a center from UCA, a player from Southern Arkansas. We want to bring Arkansas kids in that have that chance to sign that big contract. And that's the whole real goal of this, is to get Arkansas kids. Now, we're going to get who we need to win, don't get me wrong. But the more Arkansas talent we can bring in and showcase and hopefully get to that next level, then that's our goal.
The only
You said it all.
the only question I have, I guess, would be for you, Coach Ballon, is will it or how will this affect summer football?
Good question. So we've talked about that at pretty good length. Coach Bolding's been in some of the meetings. Our football program goes early morning in the summers, and they're usually done by about noon. That's when the heat really cranks up. These guys, a lot of these guys on these teams will have to have a second job. So they'll do their practices a lot of times in the evening when it starts to get cooler. And so there'll be like a kind of a split time where, but they know that our teams will get presidents on the field, all those type things. They're okay with that. And so Coach Bolding's fired up about it. I suspect he's going to be around a lot during the practices, picking coaches' brains and things. But I think between him and Coach Calcagney, I think we'll be good on that.
Anyone else have a question?
What type of community impact that you've seen in other areas, or what are your plans and how you plan to impact the community? You have North Little Rock, Sherwood, and all these small communities.
So our model is a lot like what you see at the U of A or something like that, where with working with the community and getting you guys advice on where we can help out. If you'd like us to come read the classes, go visit the community center, the libraries, that kind of thing. We open our team up basically to the community leaders to tell us what would benefit them the most. And we're more than willing to do whatever it takes, because we want that in-reach into the community, because the community gives back. And so that's basically what we would do, is rely on you guys and people in the community. Like I said, we've got a strong relationship with the chamber. I'm going to rely on them a lot. Where can we help out at?
Would you remind me what days the games will be played?
The kickoff is in May. It runs through the end of July. We play on Saturdays, and it'll be in the evening, hopefully, since it's in the middle of summer in Arkansas. Because of television, we'll have to play some 1 o'clock kickoffs and stuff like that, but it'll be between 1 and probably a 6 o'clock kickoff.
Thank
I
you.
want to hear from the coach.
Yeah, get the star going.
Well, you mentioned about relationships. Coach Bowling and I have known each other for many, many years. I know his daddy. I live in the community of Conway, first and foremost. I have extensive coaching background. I have over 40 years of coaching at all levels, from the small league all the way to the professional league. And I see this league as, of course, I was involved with the Arkansas Twisters and the River Blades, and we've had a long, long run. And faith, family, friends, football, and community, like we mentioned. We are going to have Christian values. We're going to bring Christian values to this community of North Little Rock. Mayor Hartwick is a good friend of mine. And I see this as, I played in the Canadian Football League for numerous years and also coached in the Canadian Football League. In the CFL, their players, they had Canadian players, okay, and you had American players. You had a ratio of players. Of course, we're going to have an international flavor to this also. We have to have so many international players that have to participate on our team. We'll play NFL rules, NFL standards of size of the roster. 53-man roster. We'll travel with 44. We'll do a lot of things that we did with the Arkansas Twisters. We bus league. We bust a lot of different places. We won't be getting on the big planes. These players will be paid. They'll be paid relatively not a whole lot. Of course, they're going to have their day jobs. And of course, that's why we want to have local talent from the state of Arkansas. And but we'll practice in the evening and make it accommodation for them, because it's all about them. We're trying to make their dreams come true. We're trying to make a lot of people's dreams come true, coaches-wise, administration-wise, media-wise, training people. We're going to have young people that are going to come in and learn the profession and make relationships and help them reach their goals. And of course, we're trying to reach these players' goals to make it to the next level. I'm referring to the NFL, the CFL, and the UFFL. That's the league that they're playing right now, the spring league. So we're going to be playing in the summer. The first game's going to kick off May 31st with the 6 teams that are performing this year. So we're sitting back watching. The main piece was this right here. This stadium is the main piece, so we can get momentum. We got the sand. We got the sand down. We're laying. This would be laying the bricks. And what better place to do it right here? Played in the arena over there many, many years. Arena indoor football. We still got indoor football here. We got semi-pro football here. We've got a lot of players that are trying to reach their goals and aspirations to make it to the next level. Just like all of us, we're all trying to better ourselves and do something good for the community, but make it fun for the fans, have something to do in the summertime, and I'm excited about it. I really am, because it's a goal of mine. I've always wanted to be involved with the professional football team and be the point person, and I'm thankful that Coy gave me that opportunity. We've got a strong ownership here that's business savvy, and we got a lot of people that are excited about this, about Arkansas football. Our color scheme, we've got it organized. Our uniform is going to be sharp. We're going to be professional. What better place to do it right here and this stadium. You know, it's right off the freeway there, beautiful facilities, growing, getting better and better. And we're excited about teaming up with Coach Bowling and his staff, and you know, building more relationships and helping them be successful and helping those players have role models. Okay, we're going to be around. Okay, we'll be in the evening time. We'll be interacting. You know, sometimes, you know, I know Coach Bowling's coming in the morning, but you know, our players, you know, we want them to be role models to these young players also. So. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I hope you see my enthusiasm about this team and about being here at this stadium. I'm fired. I can't wait until it can be announced so we can get our momentum, so we can get partnerships, we get sponsorships and things that make our organization and our team great.
Hey, Coach, I just have one question.
Yeah.
Will the colors be blue and gold?
When I came in here, when I made my attire dressing, of course, I thought about wearing your colors and everything. But to answer your question, no.
But when you were talking about the Arkansas Twisters, which I do remember that team a long time ago and how it was such a big deal when it got here. And I remember working back in my radio days. And I remember the partnerships with the Twisters. And I remember even with some of those players that were that played for the Twisters, how they went on to be drafted. And it was a really good development league. And some right here from Arkansas.
He could tell you the Reggie Swinton story. He took it
Yeah.
to Dallas.
Yeah.
And then Khalil Carter.
Yeah.
Carter's a former.
He'll be joining.
Yeah, I remember, you know, the days we used to have those
players were my players.
field side seats,
And,
you know. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
It was a great honor to help them achieve their goals, and they're you know, have great careers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna copy a lot of what they did as far as getting fans involved during the whole game and the halftime stuff and making it a family fun event for the whole game.
Yeah.
So we're gonna copy what they did well at the Twisters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember those days. That was a lot of fun.
And I just say, wow. Wow, this is awesome. You are looking at North Little Rock proud right up here.
That's right.
I mean, we are very proud of this community, and the thought of y'all coming in and doing this is just kind of mind-boggling to me. I mean, it's just such a wonderful opportunity for our community, but I'm glad it's the same for y'all, that we can help you in that way.
Yeah. This was my first choice. When I joined the league and we got going, I said, I want this stadium. I want North Little Rock. And my commissioner said, I'll do everything I can to make it happen. I'm like, I'm not moving on anything else until we get this. And so here we are.
Any other questions?
I just want to thank you all. There's an old saying, you all could have gone anywhere. Marmel, Sherwood, but you chose North Little Rock.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're so grateful for that. And I just want to personally say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, we aim to make you proud.
All right, thank you.
I'm excited.
Yeah, we're ready for us a good T-shirt and a pass. Let me plug that on in there.
Thank you, guys.
Good
All
job,
right.
Coach.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Coach.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Free tickets.
I have to say, I am
I'll
from
be telling
Carlisle,
no
by the
passes.
way.
What is your name?
It was Fulcher, Valerie Fulcher.
The Fulcher Hardware Store?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. I went there as a kid many times. And check out that toy section. Is that your grandfather? or
That was my dad.
Your dad, Bill?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew them well. Yeah.
Great connection.
We're down to 16.2, North Florida School District 2025 Student Athletes and Academics Update.
Thanks, Coach. Welcome, Coach Faulkner.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Board, and Dr. Paluski. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you the academic piece of this. I have a big old folder. You gotta put this over there.
That's pretty big.
Just give that to him.
So, what Coach Balam would like for me to share with you guys, the academic piece. And I tell you, when I started, I sent out 2 letters to introduce myself and give the parents information about what their students need to be to participate in sports.
No, the clicker right there.
Oh, okay.
You got to talk and click.
Okay, all right. He's gonna be my
Okay,
clicker.
click. You know this?
Gonna be my clicker.
Oh, here we go.
And so I have a high school letter and a middle school letter, so so the parent can understand the rules of 2.0. The student have to have a 2.0 to qualify to play any sport. We can go to the next one.
Okay.
All right, next.
That's
That's the high school.
Okay.
Overall GPA, 7th through 12th grade is a 3.2. We're still working on that. We want to make sure that we go up at least another percentage. So we want like about 3.4. I want 3.45, but we're going to try 3.3. As 9 teams with an overall GPA of 3.6. In those 9 teams, let me make sure I got this. Okay. So we have 7th grade volleyball team, the 8th grade volleyball team with a 3.6, cross country with a 3.9, middle school cheer a 3.6, cheer is a 3.8. The comp team is a 3.9, dance team 3.7, girls soccer 3.6, and tennis a 3.9. And those 3 that's over 3 point was cross country, and cross country, and the comp team in tennis. Okay.
What is a comp team?
The cheer competition team.
Okay, got you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I was like, is there a new sport called comp?
Competition.
Got
Now, Dr. What's her name? I can't think of Coach Gordon. She's a counselor there at the high school, and she helped with the information on the junior ACT scores. We had 74 students, juniors, to take the test, and 9 of them scored as 19. And 20 to 25 score, 52 of them score 20 to 25. The highest you can make on this is a 36. So, and 8 of the students made 26 to 29, and 5 of them was 30 to 36. So we're doing a great job on keeping up with those students, and the counselors, they're going to group those kids. The one that made 17 and 19, they are going to work with those students, and hopefully that they can at least score a 19 to get a scholarship. So
I was just going to ask, Coach, is a 19 what you need to be
Yeah.
eligible to play at NCAA?
Yes.
1 or
Mhm.
2?
It also is the cut score for the Arkansas Academic Challenge, which is kind of the goal to get that money. So that 19 is very important. And I want to point out, not to interrupt you, excuse me, but those 74 are all student athletes. So those are all 74 of them are juniors participating in something extracurricular. Yes.
And we have like about 600 students, student athletes, and so, and that folder over there, if you can, I have every one of them, and this is what
That's
I put together, and I talk to every student.
That's great.
Also, I love going to the middle school, and when they come in, when I come in, they come to me and say, I pull up my grade. I said, awesome. I said, I'm going to double check. And when I go to each school and look at their grade, they are working, and I love that, report with them, that when they see Coach Faulkner, they coming to me. And so I'm telling you, I'm just so proud that they are, because some students had low grades, and I communicate with the teachers as well. I will be meeting with Mr. Moore tomorrow, and they're having a little trouble with key coding, and so I'm going to talk to him about what we need to do to help these students with that, pull up their grades. So that's where I'll be tomorrow. Celebration. This young lady here, she participates in track, cheer, and dance, in volleyball. And she's a 3.7, has a 3.7.
Awesome.
Came in first place. I tell you, it was, she said, Coach Faulkner came in first place. I'm there. And so I wanted to celebrate her because she had take academic class, advanced classes, and she's on it.
Awesome.
So she also played, do gymnastics, but mom say, we got to choose something else, okay? So, but motivating is what get us started. And when we motivate these students, and they will do whatever you need them to do, a habit is what keep us going. So I love what I'm doing and to motivate these kids, and when that rapport, and when I walk in, they want me to know what they're doing. So success is a peace of mind and knowing that you have done your best. And I do what I can do with the kids, and it makes me feel that I have done all that I can do. So we're trying to have a better community culture. And if you click on that.
Hey, Randy, can you go back to that and click on the link, that right there? Yes, sir.
This is at the middle school. It's sent from a phone, but
I saw that on Facebook.
he is so excited that he got that up. And Coach Bolden sent that to me. I said, I would love to share that because they didn't have anything, and we took some of the weights from the high school over to the middle school, and they are in there working away. One kid told me, he said, we're going to win games next year, Ms. Faulkner. I said, awesome, awesome. And Coach Bolden and the other coaches, they're doing a great job with them. Do I have any questions?
Any questions?
You say you have 600?
Around 600 athletes.
Yeah. Can I, before y'all have your question, I just want to say, like, the work that I see her doing every day, like, and it's genuinely like I mean, when I say every kid, she has every single kid in here that plays a sport in this district. And she meets with them. She comes in at 7 in the morning. I just wanted her to come. She was real reluctant on this because she doesn't want. But y'all need to know the work, that the academic side, what she's doing amongst a lot of other things. But like, it's just powerful to see, and it makes me feel good when she comes in and it's just like that story of this kid came and grabbed me and said, "I got to see, what on my test." I mean, and somebody cares, and that's the feeling, and to see those kids excited, to see her excited. And for our community and those student athletes, we can't do it alone. It takes a village. And so she's laser focused on that academic piece, which I'm super thankful for. She's really good at that. And so, I just felt like it was important for you guys to just hear a little piece of what's going on in her day-to-day world. So,
awesome. All right.
Any other questions?
Those are my grade sheets. Seven grade, the middle school and the high school. Those.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell her how often they turn them in.
They turn them in every 4. What's that? 4 weeks, and then 8 weeks. That's what I do because I want to give the students a chance. If they haven't turned in their grade before the 9 weeks hit, I want them to have a chance to bring up the grade. Do you have any work in your backpack? Come on, let's turn it in so that you can get that grade up. And that's what, I forgot to turn in, Ms. Faulkner, turn in your work, turn in your work. So those are the grade sheets that I give out to the coaches, and they get to the students, and they take them to their teacher, and they get it signed, and they bring them back to me. And that's when I put them in the book. And there's a bad grade on there. I wanted to share some of them, but if there's a bad grade on that, I highlight it, and I go talk with that student.
I was about to ask, what's your process if they fall a little bit below the 2.0?
Well, if they have a D, D is passing, D is not passing to me. So what we do, I go to them and we work with that, and they bring their grade up.
Do they have like a certain, let's say, the next 4 weeks of next report?
I check on with the following week. If
I mean, like if you came to me and and my grades had fallen, how long do I have to improve it before I can qualify to be back on the team again?
Okay, at the high school you have SIP, that's supplemental instruction plan for the student. And they are in that 100 minutes. They have to have 100 minutes a week. And so when they do that, Coach Moore runs that piece of it for us. They have to do that semester. And if they do not, finish that semester, they can't repeat.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can I say that I was blessed
Thank you.
to work with Caroline Faulkner for many years at East Campus, and I will say that all of the students, this 600 that you're working with, are blessed to be with you. You are a wonderful, wonderful teacher, mentor. The kids always loved you, but they knew that you had your expectations too.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the additional information I asked you for.
Yes, ma'am.
And Coach, it makes my heart, I'm so happy that you all have taken over elementary schools, that those children are so excited on Saturdays. Do you have to go to that?
Of course. we take
that's
turns.
What I'm talking about. Do you all have to go? That is just so awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
And to see them, their parents have it on Facebook, they're excited, the little cheers. I just want to say thank you. And that's a part of growing, planting the seed so that when they get to high school, they can still maintain. But you all are, that program is just awesome. And I just want to say thank you because that makes parents happy. It gives them something to do on Saturdays.
Yes, ma'am.
Rather than being in the street.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to say thank you. You guys are doing a phenomenal job with that. Now, what's up next? You all don't program them. They not in that book, though, are they? Elementary.
No.
We about need some more help for that. I will say, I want to. I'd venture to say, there's no other place in the state that has someone that's literally working with student athletes, every one of them, and checking grades and meeting with them individually. I don't think that's going on anywhere else.
And ditto, I love that we're incorporating the academics and the athletics together, and showing that you can be a great athlete and still get scholarships academically at the same time.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hang on, don't go anywhere. The boss got to say one more thing. I echo want to congratulate both of you and just thank you for your leadership, and Coach Boulding, who's a part of. When you talk about a new vision for student athlete development and academic engagement, is a long title, but you're proving that vision and making that vision come to life. And I would agree with you, Coach. I don't know if any other school district is doing what you all are doing, and Coach Boulding, and I'm so proud of you. I can't wait where we're going to be in 5 more years of what you're really going to do to develop our student athletes. Thank you.
There's our cheer. And I tell you, Coach Sella, she's on those girls, and they are their GPA are 3.9.
That's awesome.
And
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
great group.
And since I never did get to ask my question, first of all, I want to say I appreciate the work that you all are doing, have done, and continue to do. And, you know, Ms. Faulkner, you hold a special place in my heart. Both my children were up under your tutelage
Yes.
and a while ago. So and I appreciate what you were to them, and their, you know, help shaping them and who they are as people. But what I wanted to ask a question about, and I am happy as far as, you know, because academics is very important.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to ask a question as far as, and I know Coach Bylon is probably going to tickle on the inside when I say this, but I want to talk about as far as nutrition.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about? Yeah, we're not going to do the
No,
tactics.
no, and I, you know, I'm glad you said that, because if you're ever got some time around 2:30 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you should stop by and see what those kids are doing in that weight room. It's impressive. I mean, her and I are like, we're about to go work out. Like, they're focused. They got their water. They got their. I mean, they are, and it's growing in more ways than one. And so, they're not eating a lot of junk food. We don't see it anymore.
No.
And so, I think you're going to see a different product in the fall. Just immediately, just things will stand out to you. It's just the way the kids look.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what I was getting at. It's like how you have to kind of just start that process. And I guess that reshaping of the mind to kind of think that you have to maybe change what you put in your body to get out of your body. And I think that's real important to hone in on that and say too. What was something else I was going to ask you?
I was just going to add, Ms. Person West, let's not forget our partnership with Baptist Health. And if this millage is very successful, there's 8,000 square feet that's dedicated to a community health center as well as a wraparound sports medicine program. Baptist Health has already been in conversation with Coach of having a nutritionist on campus as a part of that, strength and conditioning. So there's a big vision behind all of that to support our student athletes.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. Speaking of that book, and what we have as far as a program coming up from elementary school, what I was, you know, sitting here thinking about is how you're setting the tone and the expectations as far as younger kids. So once they start growing up, there's knowing that this is something that is going to be asked, you're going to have to be held accountable. And then I'm a firm believer, if you see it in writing and you have your documentation, then you can understand what it is that you need to do. You have your marching orders, and you have some sense of accountability for yourself. So that kind of gives to me a sense of pride in what they want to, you know, if they want to, I mean, they may decide to go a different route as far as being a part of different organizations, but at least that academic foundation, that's the word I'm looking for, will be there for them.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw some screens somebody sent to me, and it was some of the middle school kids. I don't know if I've shared this with you, but they had screenshotted their sheet and like posted on their little. They were proud. Was the point of their grades, and it was like a 4-week check-in. But right there, I mean, it just showed, like you said, it just reiterates like, look at all my grades. There's even a place for teacher comments, and the parents are loving it. So, again,
and I love that, and it gives communication back home too, so they know what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation.
Great job.
It's very exciting to be an athlete.
All right.
Student athlete.
Stat 2. Storm coming in.
Ms. Faulkner, good job.
Ready to roll, boss?
16.3 2025 Atlas interim testing data.
I think she's fussing because the swim team's got a heck of a GPA as well.
Oh.
They left you over there.
Coach Reynolds is like, "Where's my swim team?"
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Write that down.
Hey, she missed the deadline.
All right, easy.
Uh-oh. Oh, shut Shots fired. Boom.
I'll stick in my lane. I'm doing some testing data.
So Dr. Renner's welcome. I know you're going to give, they've already looked at the data, but I know you just give us a high-level overview.
Yeah, real quick. So good evening, Dr. Redis, Dr. Polisky, and the rest of our school board. Going to go over our winter interim testing data. So just as I click my computer and it's here, isn't it? Okay. So the purpose of this is to go over our second interim, which was given in our winter season. We're already testing the summative right now. We started this first week of our summative testing. So just kind of a fall to winter look. We grew in every area, every subject, every grade, everything, so you can see that it's good. And just as we're getting into this, we want to see less in the level 1. So when you look at that science, from 50 to 46, that's a good thing. We have less. And then you're seeing a 3% to a 5%, so in that level 4, we've grown there. So we want to see lower level 1s and more level 4s. So we accomplish that everywhere. So that's just your big piece there. And just a reminder of what all the levels mean. Of course, level 1 is limited, then goes into basic, proficient, and advanced. Okay, so this is just broken down by every school, every grade, and every subject area. Again, what we want to see from level 1 fall to level 1, we want to see that number go down, which almost every school had numbers go down, which was fantastic. But then we want to look at that grade, because they've got to go somewhere. So that level 4 is kind of the easiest place to look, and you can see almost every school has more level 4 at this point. So that means hopefully the summative we're going to have even more if we've grown that much in from the fall to the winter. So this is our 3rd grade ELA. I'm just going to go through the other ones. If you have any specific questions, again, same thing. The level 1's lower. And then the level 4 is higher in many areas. And we do have some really nice pockets, is what I call them, of growth. And so I'll try to point those out as we go just to highlight those. Level 5, ELA, again, those 1s have gone down, the 4s have gone up. So that's a positive thing in our elementary. Moving on to math. Look at Crestwood, y'all. They had 1 level 4, now they have 12. I mean, that's some incredible, that's a big piece of growth right there. So that is an exciting, I'm going to try to point out some of these big numbers. Yep, moving on to level 4 math. Again, almost all level 1s are lower, and we have at least the same or more of those level 4s. So we're moving in the right direction. Level 5 math, again, you can see some huge gains from certain schools in level 4 in that 5th grade math. But, I mean, we didn't have any level 4s in some schools, and now we have at least 1. So we're getting there. We know that there are folks out there doing it for us, okay? Science, again, we see some really nice gains from level 4. And all those other numbers are going up too, which is great, but sometimes they may seem flip-flop, but they've got to go somewhere. If they're level 1, they've got to go to 2 and all that. So it's kind of easier to look at those level 1 scores. Again, science, we've had some really nice gains in science. And big, again, 5th grade science. So science has been a big area of growth going to those level 4 schools. So happy, elementary had some really, really, really nice growth overall across the board. Now, as we move into our middle schools, as they get older, the growth is there quite as much. But on the whole, again, may not be a big difference, but level 1 is lower in most cases, and level 4 is higher. And so that's the good piece that we've got talking about in the ELA. Math, geometry continues to be a struggle. We heard it in a webinar today that across the state, geometry is a struggle. So they talked to us about that today. So we know that that's an area that we've got to work on. But again, we're still seeing that the movement happen, and hopefully, the middle school there, I'm going to highlight them. They had 0, and then they do have a few. So that's not their advanced students. That's just their students taking 7th and 8th grade math on the grade level. So I love seeing that as well for them. And then the science, again, We are still seeing growth, maybe not as much in the biology as we want to see it, but again, it's a different piece. And that was mentioned today as well. A couple of the high schools were complaining because they said, all of our advanced students have already taken biology and geometry. And I was like, well, they got credit in middle school for it. We still can grow students in these areas, and we can still get them to their grade level, because that's what their grade level is. So that was also mentioned today. And that's it for me. Like I said, I'm pleased that I was so excited to see. I know some of us were going to be a little disappointed with that first interim, but this second interim, I was just overjoyed looking at all the data and seeing the growth piece. And that's going to, I think, show when we get our summative results back in August. But anybody have any questions for me about any of the growth data, about testing, or anything else I can answer?
Mr. Taylor?
Were you able to understand how the growth happened or where the growth?
Well, that's what I was kind of talking about with those pockets of growth. A lot of times when you see that growth in those upper grade levels, sometimes it's departmentalized. And so you're seeing a big hop in that 5th grade science. So then at that school, that 5th grade science teacher is doing something that may need to share with the rest of them, because we're seeing a huge growth in that one person at that school is teaching every kid in that grade level. It's not like just, split up. So that's what we're talking about, is those pockets where you go, that person, and you can kind of pinpoint it throughout all the different tests and grade levels, that certain people are maybe doing certain things they should share. These are the strategies we're using. This is what we're doing to improve those scores.
Okay, so you said you've identified those, and you're putting something in place now, or it's already in place?
Well, that would be for the building leaders to, I give the data out. I can tell everybody, but I let the leaders of the building or the executive directors move forward in that sense. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
No questions, great report.
Thank you.
Do the teachers then, they can go in and to some program, I don't know where they go.
It's in the Atlas. It's in the Atlas. They can go in there and they can see all the scores. The nice thing about interim, it's immediate. So the kid takes it a couple hours later, next day, their scores are there. I know today one of my teachers came to me and said, hey, where's that score? I go, no, these summatives, you don't get them as quickly. But they're there that next day, so they can look at them. They can look at all the improvement in the areas and start moving there.
Awesome.
Yep.
Ms. Williams?
I am so happy in your presentation to see that our district was not falling apart, that in looking at the documentation, and it makes me feel good for the work that has been done by the teachers and the administrators and all of those people we had hired. And I'm just overjoyed, and thank you for the work you've done.
Sure.
And even when we look at the letter grade, didn't mean anything to me, because it saw growth, and with everything that changed and with the data that you presented, I just say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Temple?
Thank you.
Ms. West?
Not necessarily a question, more comment. I just appreciate your hard work and putting all this together and tracking it and everything. And I was so happy to see how some campuses flourished by multiple letters. And I know when I saw Amboy's score, I just was over the moon. And I appreciate all of the work that the administrators are putting in, and the work that is being done in the classroom. Even, building principals, the ones that saw a lot of growth. I mean, it's a collaborative effort. And I just really appreciate our district personnel for getting in there and working hard. And the proof is in the pudding. Our students are learning. They are. And there is growth. I'm happy to see it. And it's good stuff going on in North Little Rock School District.
I agree.
With learning.
I agree. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank you for all your hard work.
Sure.
Because I couldn't even begin to do all of that.
Yeah.
And so I just thank you for all your hard work.
No problem. Happy to do it.
Thanks, Dr.
Thank
Rhodes,
you.
for your
Thank you all.
leadership.
We're down to action items. The first one is 17.1, employment of personnel.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, the superintendent recommends the employment of personnel as discussed in executive closed session.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation and approve the employment of personnel as discussed in executive session.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the employment of personnel as discussed in executive session. There can be no discussion because it's employment of personnel. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. We're down to 17.2, 2025-2026 personnel contract list.
Madam President, superintendent recommends the 2025-2026 personal contract list as discussed in executive closed session.
Madam President?
Yes,
I also
ma'am.
move that we accept the 25-26 personnel contract list.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the 2025-2026 personnel contract list. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 17.3, standard rates of pay.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends the standard rate of pay, although I know you do have some questions, so I would ask my colleagues, Mr. Brown and Mr. Smith, just to give a high-level overview as to the proposed changes that we're recommending as it relates to standard rates of pay.
Thank you, Dr. Paluski. Yes, ma'am. So where we are is about this time every year we bring back to the board adjustments that are associated with our standard rates of pay. The big change with this year and why the board is seeing such wide sweeping changes is because now ESSER 3 has ran out. And so we were funding a lot of the higher level rates of pay that was associated with learning loss and things of that nature through our ESSER 1 funding, our ESSER 2 funding, and our ESSER 3 funding. And so what you are seeing is a scale back to go back to the rates that were prior to us receiving that additional funding. So are there any specific questions within the standard rates of pay that anybody would like to ask?
We'll start on this end, Ms. West. Ms. Temple.
I think the main question was, is this just for summer school, or does this apply into the school year? And I think the answer that we heard back was for overtime.
So this would be for any additional duties that are above and beyond your normal contract. So just like tutoring is listed in there, that is above and beyond a normal teaching contract. That is not something that is required by your contract, and it is an additional applied for compensation mechanism.
Okay, so for clarification, I'm a bus driver. I don't know how much the bus drivers have been making, but it's down for summer school. In the fall, when I'm driving the bus, am I going to be making what I was making in May, or am I going to be making this new rate?
So the contracted amount for normal routes is not changing. This is supplemental pay for additional duties that you're going to do in addition to your normal job. So if I'm a bus driver, I'm driving my normal route. My pay's not changing on that. But if I want to work extra and earn additional money by driving for summer school or after school tutoring, the rate of pay for that second job is going to be lower. And that's because we had ESSER funding, and during COVID, we had to offer higher rates of pay for people to take on. It was, we were working during a time when people were exposed to, viruses. We had to pay people more to get out and be involved in summer school and driving buses and things of that nature. So with the ESSER funding gone, we had to scale back to our previous, the funds that we had prior to ESSER. Okay. So it's the rate of pay for secondary and additional jobs that you want to pick up for additional money.
Okay,
yeah.
That's clear to me.
That was very good what you said. I guess the thing that I, as a board member, I heard you, this is summer. So what I'm saying is this is summer pay rates.
No.
But when schools start in August, the transportation department, they'll start back at the regular salaries. Is that correct?
So the regular salaries, the primary jobs, though, we're not talking about those rates. What we're talking about is the additional jobs that they do beyond
Their
so
contract. Beyond their contract.
beyond their normal contract. Their normal contract pay is not changing. But if they are driving an after-school tutoring bus route, or if they're driving a summer school bus route, that's not their normal primary job. Their normal primary job is transporting kids to and from school during the normal school day. Those hours and rates didn't change. What's changing is if you're doing additional work, and the additional work could be after-school tutoring. It could be
Twilight.
It could be twilight. It could be driving to athletic events. It could be any of those additional things that they do for additional money.
Okay.
Those rates are the ones we're changing because those are above and beyond the normal job
Okay,
rate.
pay rates will remain the same.
Pay rates
But
for
then
their
that
primary
extra-
job remain the same.
Yes.
Okay, but
Yes, ma'am.
if you're doing extra work, that's what's changing.
That's correct.
Okay, I have another question. Would you, the superintendent kind of explained this to us, but for you, since stakeholders are listening, would you explain to the people what twilight is?
I'll have to defer.
Yeah, so twilight school, and we'll do a whole presentation on it. So twilight school typically, by its definition, is any extended day program that happens after the regular day, but before a traditional night school. We don't have night school, which would usually happen 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. So it's another way. It's really an intervention for students that need to earn additional credit. It's an opportunity to be able to do that on top of our other alternatives, which include our ALE program or our virtual program. So it's been something we're piloting right now and looking at that data to see if we'll be able to offer it as we go forward to have students recoup credits that they're lacking.
One thing, I don't know if you have a chance to change anything, Mr. Brown, but I know we got to vote on it. There were some job changes, like on this nurses' pay change, but speech pathologists, occupational therapists, which would not be responsible for all students, but just a small amount of students, okay? And then nurses are responsible for a whole staff of students in the building. So what makes this not fair to me is that they can work at the hospital and maybe make $30 an hour, but why give a person more money than the person who deals with more students, which are the nurses? Is there changes that you could look at that closely?
Well,
so I won't get that call?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
The occupational therapists, the OT and PTs, those rates we're paying based on a reimbursement we get from the state. And is Dr. Stoll? Yeah, I can answer if you okay, but we're paying those OT and PT rates. We kept the same because we pay those based on a reimbursement rate we get from the state. So we get a rate that supports that particular function.
We bill Medicaid for those services, so we get paid $75 an hour for those positions. So we get money back when we bill Medicaid. We're billing Medicaid for those services, so we're paying them the rate that we get back reimbursed. It's not coming out of the district's funds. It's coming out of Medicaid reimbursement.
And so that's why the nurses.
Nurses are different. All I can speak to is OT, PT, and speech pathologists.
And Miss,
we don't bill for nurses.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're okay.
Miss Williams, I don't believe those rates were raised with ESSER funding. I think those were the same rates that were prior to ESSER funding. And so the only thing you are seeing a reduction in are those job classes that received that additional pay associated with the increase in ESSER funding.
We have traditionally paid the nurses the same as a certified teacher hourly rate on these on the secondary jobs for summer school. If we have one at, I don't know, for any other secondary purpose that we would have a nurse, we've typically paid them the same rate as a certified teacher. So that's why when we reduce the certified teacher, we also reduce the certified nurse. That was true prior to COVID, and then during COVID, when we raised the rates, we raised their rates to match. And now since we're reducing the rates, we kept those the same. We've traditionally paid them the same rate as a teacher.
But you understand the picture that people could look at it and say there is no equity in that. But since you've explained it, maybe they can understand it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I don't have any questions.
So I just want to ask this for clarification. So for example, and I'm just using round whole numbers. If I'm contracted making $30 an hour, that's my regular rate of pay. So what this particular information is speaking to, just straight summer, which would be over and beyond my $30 an hour. So if I was to get an additional $20 an hour, that would be something in addition to my $30.
Yes, and so the title of this document is additional pay rates. So these are jobs that are basically temporary in scope because it's for a certain period of time. It's not the primary job. Your primary job is set by salary schedules that we have in place and they're already approved. So those rates don't change. What would change is if you elect to do a secondary job for additional pay, then these are the rates that we will pay for those secondary jobs.
So kind of, I guess what I'm trying to do is just, as far as with our listening public, just make it kind of more relatable and understandable. So for example, say like if I was a bus driver or custodian, and then I say, you know what, even though school is out, I'm going to go ahead through the summer and I'm going to pick up some, I mean, we do know that we still have to have buses going and all that stuff during the summer. So if I say, okay, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and pick up some extra summertime and drive buses or custodian or whatever, that's just what I would make as far as that job pays that for that particular summer position.
That's correct.
Gotcha, okay.
Yes. And it's the same for teachers as well.
Right.
Teachers, we have salary schedule for teachers. Their primary job teaching during the regular school year
and then they have summer school,
and then
right.
if they want to work after school tutoring, they want to work summer school, they want to work twilight, then they know the rate for that secondary temporary job that we would pay. It goes even to security personnel. Security has their primary job that they have a regular primary rate of pay. And if they want to work after school tutoring, if they want to work summer school, we have a rate of pay for that secondary additional temporary job that they know this would be the rate I would earn.
And it's paid the same way as the regular pay, correct?
What does
What
that
I
mean?
mean by that is, like, it's just basically, they don't have to turn like time sheets.
Oh,
Or
yes.
It's basically the same
They
way
do
that
have to turn
do.
in time
Or they
sheets.
have to do like manual time sheets.
It's
for
either
summer?
punching a
Yes.
clock or it's different for different classes of
Gotcha,
employees.
okay.
Some punch a clock, some do paper time
Okay.
sheets. Yes.
And for everybody's clarity, this was brought to the LPPC and CPPC. They both committees alluded to it, but they aren't there presenting their approved minutes. This was approved by both committees as well, just for the board's clarity.
Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I also move that we accept the standard rates of pay.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the standard rates of pay. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. 17.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
17.4, Community Service Learning Partner Applications.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I also move that we accept the community service learning partner with school counseling.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we accept the Community Service Learning Partner applications. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
It passes. 17.5. Did you say aye?
I did. I was a little late. I'm sorry. I was reading.
This might have to change.
17.5, Annual Surveillance and Access Control Maintenance Contract.
Ladies. Oh, I thought Finks was going to present.
So,
Presentation.
well, Chief,
See?
Well, Chief is here if there's any
If
questions.
there's any
Do you
questions?
have questions?
Does anybody have any
I have one question. I
You're
do.
supposed to come on down like everybody else. You want to
Miss-
get home.
Is
don't
there,
you?
is there,
Well, we have a.
We still have an expulsion hearing.
Okay, but, okay.
Okay. I have a quick question that isn't on here, but the new open gate, where's that going?
So there are 4 new open gate.
is that through the grant?
I don't
Chief?
remember which school. They are going to schools.
Okay.
Part of the grant is that we have to, all of the grant money has to be spent at a school. And so we have them configured. Now, we do have some open gate units that the district already owns that we will be redistributing to other locations so that all of our buildings are covered with weapon detections.
Such as here in central office,
Such
Chief?
as here in central office. And Madam President, Directors, Dr. Paluski, I would like to say there's one correction on this item. The title is incorrect. This is not the annual contract. This is a camera refresh. All the other information is correct on it, but this is simply us adding replacing aging cameras and adding a few where we had some blind spots. The price is correct. It is still coming out of the Arkansas State grant. We're being reimbursed for all of the funds, but it's not the annual contract. It's a camera refresh.
So the annual contract is actually listed in the consent agenda items. And so you will approve that if you approve the consent agenda. It's just the title on this one. When you approve this, when you do the motion, it needs to be for the camera refresh and not this title that's here.
What you meant about, where's the funding for this?
It's a state grant. It is a
Okay,
state
this
grant
one.
that we receive, so it's not out of district operating.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted the stakeholders to hear it.
Yes, ma'am.
And really quick, when you say camera refresh, like how often, like do y'all go through and like make sure you test everything, make sure everything is working properly? How often do y'all usually do that?
We are constantly testing the equipment, making sure everything is working correctly. However, this is mainly going to be replacing aging cameras that we know are coming to the end of
life.
That we have not had funds to address previously. And then with the new grant coming out, we were able to look at a lot of those and get a lot of them replaced.
Will this be a yearly grant you can apply for?
This
how does that work?
This is the second grant that under the Learnings Act that has come out for school districts. I believe it was close to a little bit over about $380,000. I think is what we received the first one, and this one we received $461,000, I believe. And the majority of that, a lot of the items, the priority items in the grant, the district is already meeting those needs. And so we felt that the majority of this money needed to go to replacing our aging surveillance equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I got a question since they opened all this up. Will this grant take care of a K-9 dog if we purchased a K-9 dog for our school district?
Excuse me. Y'all sneeze too much up here.
I would have to go back through. There are different priorities as far as what we can spend the money on, and I'll be honest, I don't remember right off if that is a category or a priority that we could spend the grant money on.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
We have explored, however, Dr. Paluski and I have had conversations about
It would be nice.
having our own K-9.
So can I, off the record, out loud in the microphone, make a request? We need to run them dogs before May 30th.
Well, I would like to say that we do have an outstanding relationship with the North Little Rock Police Department, and they they train in our buildings all the time, and we do have a very good relationship. Even though we don't own our own K-9, we do have access through the North Little Rock Police Department. They work with us very well.
Very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move that we accept the camera refresh proposal from Genesis Datacom as presented.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we approve the camera refresh Genesis Datacom that was presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Brian. Mr. Brown.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I so move that we accept bank reconciliation 18.1, 18.2 net legal balance worksheet, 18.3 monthly financial report, 18.4 business office items, 18.5 payment regular bills, and
That's it.
18.7 consent agenda, which is all that.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the consent agenda, which consists of 18.1, 18.2, 18.3, 18.4, 18.5, in the total 18.7. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Are there any specific acknowledgements?
What you mean?
Somebody had something to
19.1.
say.
Do you have any
19.
acknowledgements that you want to give?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody, you administrators, for the work that you all did last week and your numbers that you turned in and getting an environment for students to take the test for this week. And also for you giving me the report of how many ALE students and how many students are special needs students. You broke everything down, and I appreciate that. And then, Ms. Randall, I appreciate you staying to the midnight hour for student things, and all the other administrators that reading your reports are very profound. And let me know, Mr. Brown, you still talking about the millage increase, and I certainly thank you for that. And when you have your meeting on the 21st, I want to come, because you said you were going to have a budget thing. And you got that? So you'll take us.
Our meetings start with each department.
Right,
and each
you
student.
said you would send it out. So anyway, these reports that we get every week, they need to be read so you can be questioning about what administrators are doing. It's all in here, down pat, and I would have called everybody's name, but I changed the frame. But I know that you all were working on testing this week, all the elementary schools. And the retired teachers did give all of the principals something to eat about 3 weeks ago. We gave them snack packs to say thank you. So, isn't that right, Ms. Valerie McLean? Yes, we did. So anyway, those of you administrators and teachers and principals who are not listening, I want to thank you for the improvements you all made from the last year to this year. That is phenomenal. The report that was just made. Thank you, teachers, principals, administrators, everybody. Make us look good. Thank you. That's all I got to say. We can go now.
No, we can't go. But
is
yes,
the
I would like to
student
say
in
too.
pink- oh, sorry. Go
sorry.
ahead.
I would like to say too that we, speaking to the grades and the improvements, appreciate all of the staff, the hard work, the teachers, building principals, coordinators, all the people in there doing the grunt work with our students. Thank you.
Is the student and parent present? Before the student and parent come in, I need a motion to rescind the vote from previous. I need the student number because I got to read it.
May I have it first, and then I'll hand it to you?
Okay.
Madam President, I so move that we rescind the vote. Do I need to say the date of last week?
The decision that was
Rescind the
made.
decision of last week regarding student ID 1000-08709.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we rescind the decision that was made last week for student number 1000008709. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are ready to hear from the that student.
Oh.
What is this?
We have an expulsion here tonight.
have a seat on this side, my friend. There you go. And then we're
Welcome.
gonna, Mama, you can have a seat. Daddy, pull up a chair.
Ma- Ma- Welcome. Ms. Punch, before we get started, you have the option to have the student expulsion hearing in closed, meaning it won't be live, or it can be in public, meaning this will all be live to the public. Would you like a closed or an open student expulsion hearing?
So open is gonna be on YouTube, closed is no YouTube.
So like I can go back and watch it later on.
If it's open,
If
yes,
it's
ma'am.
open, yes.
Then
Correct.
it'll be out there for the public.
It'll
too
be out
as
for the
well.
public to see and hear everything that's going on.
Closed. Yes, ma'am. Mr.
recess. And this is where you just listen.
We're back in session. We're live. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
we so move that we place student ID 100008709 back into the school immediately. She will have an opportunity to catch up and turn in her work without penalty.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that student number 100008709 be returned to school immediately, and she will have the opportunity to catch up on complete her assignments without penalty. There can be no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is passed. I need a motion to adjourn.
Madam President?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
I so move that we adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say